Hello and welcome to the Paris South Arena for day 2 of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games and to one of the fastest growing sports in the world. Boccia is a game of skill, precise execution, masterful decision making. In this session we're focused on the individual pool matches, including 3 of the 4 classifications. There are 8 courts here in the South Paris Arena 1. We're focused on court number 3, where we will see Great Britain's Stephen McGuire going up against Ukraine's Artem Kolinko. Plenty of action on the second day of Paris 2024 in the Boccia Arena. 2 sessions through the day. And we will feature 4 matches in each of those sessions. Plenty to look forward to here. About 14 clicks away from the athletes' village. Those athletes have been here for a couple of hours already, warming up, getting used to the conditions on court. So the standings in Pool C for our first feature match see Stephen McGuire and Artem Kolinko, who are going up against each other right now, at the top of the table. 1 win from 1 match, so one of these 2 is going to walk away today with their first defeat. 2 athletes in conversation. There's a great deal of camaraderie in this sport. As you can see, both athletes having won their first match. Steve McGuire beat Abdul Rahman of Malaysia 8-0 in his first match. The man hailing from Hamilton, just southeast of Glasgow, taking control of the match. The international referee from Spain, Antonio Echevarrias, well-respected official in the sport. McGuire goes up against Ukrainian Artem Kolinko, who's moved from his hometown of Dnipro to Utrecht in the Netherlands. He had a great victory in his first match, a 6-1 win over Julian Chibanu of Canada. Stephen McGuire warming up. Born in Bells Hill in Scotland, made his international debut in 2005 at the European Championships in Portugal. He's missed out on a Paralympic medal on 4 occasions. 4th place in the individual and pairs at London 2012 and 4th in the pairs in Rio 2016. Artem Kolinko making his Paralympic debut, finished 10th at the World Championships in Rio in 2022, but picked up the pairs gold at the recent European Championships last year in Rotterdam. As you can see, a great victory over Chibanu. Originally fled Ukraine to Germany and was welcomed by the Boccia friends and family of the world, as a lot of athletes from Ukraine have experienced as they've moved around the globe. Moved on to the Netherlands, as his brother was living there. Fascinating story as well for Artem. His dream debut at the Paralympics. It's been preceded by training in his bedroom, believe it or not. If you're new to Boccia, both The individuals have 6 balls, one red, the other blue. In this case, it's Artem Kolinko with the red balls. He'll be playing first. The idea of the game is to get as close to the jack as you can at the conclusion of the end. Every ball that you've got closer to the jack than your opponent gives you a point, and the game is played over 4 ends. The 4-minute countdown has begun in this Pool C, BC4 men's individual preliminary round. Artem Kolinko of Ukraine gets rid of the jack into the field of play, past the V-line, and has first ball tucked up neatly to the jack. Kolinko, world number 13, taking on Great Britain's world number 3. McGuire ready to launch his first ball. So once the players have released one ball each, if you're closest to the jack, it's your opponent who will play next. In an ideal world, you want to be throwing the last ball. Send both the underarm and overarm throws from McGuire. Balls themselves are now ratified. They have to have a license to manufacture them. They have to fit within certain restrictions of size and weight. And the players will travel with their own balls, both the set of reds and blue balls. They vary in hardness. Softer ball, difficult to move. Harder ball, good for some disruption. A little shot, that one. Pushing the jack on and coming over the top of it. Stephen McGuire has put himself in a good position here. Artem Kolinko, understandably, going to have a look at the house. Not necessarily the parlance of Boccia, but has similarities to the French game, pétanque and curling. Great winter Olympic and Paralympic sport. nicely pushed on and is closest to the jack, but McGuire has the beauty of having balls remaining. Fancy him to get, well, at least win the end, but could get a couple of points here. 3 balls to deliver. Sacrificing that ball to release the jack. Currently sitting strong for at least 1 here. The next closest ball is red, though.
1 minute. 1 minute.
The key thing for Steph, as he's known, is that he has 2 balls left and jack is now free. Does he play conservatively here and roll up another one to the jack? Clearly got his eye in. Does he go for something a little bit more risky and take on the ball closest? No, he went conservative and should be in for 3. Solid stuff from Stephen McGuire of Great Britain. Takes the first end by 3-0. He's got off to a brilliant start in his second match here at the Boccia venue. McGuire takes the first end by 3-0. 3 more to come. Time to start end number 2 here in the Paris South Arena on the second day of Paris 2024. Stephen McGuire with the blue balls plays the jack into the playing area for end number 2 with a 3-0 lead. Gone a little wider here, so he wants this one to roll up towards the right-hand side of the jack as we look at it. Not happy with that. Kolinko will see this as an opportunity to strike back, having lost the first end. He's only just about edged that closer. Definitely played with a little bit of spin there. I think he wanted to make a heavier contact with his own ball. Options here. He'd play off his own blue ball, Stephen McGuire. Sneak in between the red and the jack. Oh, what a shot that is. Always difficult to play a ball after slightly messing up the one before, but he's turned that to his advantage, Stephen McGuire. Worth noting that the conditions do change through a session. Yes, we're in an indoor sport. Forecast for a little bit of rain today in Paris. That's not going to necessarily affect these players here, apart from perhaps on the journey home. But as the air conditioning kicks in, the court can start to run a little faster. Trying something a little similar there, and that's a great shot from Kolinko. Beautifully judged. Careful positioning required from both players. They have to stay inside the boundaries of their playing box. Wheels must not touch the white lines. So at some point, one of them had to go for a bit of disruption. Freed the jack up, but the wince is because he's actually left it quite open for his opponent and has to play yet another ball here. Ball number 4 for Stephen McGuire.
1 minute.
Just good enough. Close enough for the referee, Antonio Echevarrias from Spain, to bring out the calipers. important ball now for Artem Kolinko. He's going to put this in a position that allows him for a multi-point scoring end here. Right, now McGuire's job is to limit the damage here. Looks like he's going for a little bit of power here. He's going to lob everything. Yeah, he did. Went for the aerial approach. Maybe he wanted that not quite to hit the ball. Hard to say. These players will see things that us mere mortals are unable to. Red just close enough. 15 seconds. The last ball's got to be released pretty quickly, puts a bit of pressure on it. The tables have turned. 2 balls left for Artem Kolinko. Perhaps he's going to have to use one of them to free up the jack. Can't see a route through. Possibly play on the... I don't think he can play that one on that's the closest red because it's behind the jack. He goes to the aerial route. Now, pressure on Kolinko. Blue on for 2. We know that the blue ball at the top of the screen is further away than the closest red. Kolinko's going to be thinking about how he can limit McGuire to just a single point here. He's got a bit of time pressure on him as well. Just 10 seconds left to release this final ball. He did try and play the red on, but I think that's going to be 2 for blue, and it really did look like an end that Kolinko could take some points in. It is 2 for Stephen McGuire. A tactical second end at the halfway stage. The British world number 3, Stephen McGuire, leads Ukraine's Artem Kolinko by 5 points to 0. The athletes are well within their rights to ask for a measure. That red ball was moved. It might be McGuire that's asked for a double check. Well, we confirm that it's 2 for blue in the second end, and Stephen McGuire does lead at the halfway stage Artem Kolinko of Ukraine by 5 points to 0. What an end for the Brit. So 3 for McGuire in the first end, and a very well hard-earned 2 points for the British athlete in the second end. Halfway stage, well, number 3, Stephen McGuire, leading 5-0. It's a tough one for Artem Kolinko, that second end. He looked like he could be on for a couple of points at least to close the gap. But fantastic variety of play from Stephen McGuire sees him leading by 5. He's in a strong position as we look forward to the second half of this BC4 Pool C preliminary match. Third end starts with the jack being cast by Artem Kolinko. It's gone a little bit further to the left of the court. 12.5 meters to play with, but everything so far in this match has been just past the V line. Sporting gesture there from Steph McGuire. Round of applause for the masterful deployment of first ball. Judge to perfection. So, now, there are options. Possibly going to just play a layup here and get on to the jack, but he's left 2 balls just behind now. So to be very strategic in this end. Option to push the jack on, or cover it up first, and then if it gets pushed on later on, that's what he's done, the layup, if it now gets pushed on, those two reds to the left come into play. You've got to think really carefully here. You can do the same thing as Artem Kolinko and just lay up to the jack. Obviously requires deft precision. So this is now all about execution for the pair of them. Very tricky now. Kolinko, I should say, has a couple of options here. He can try and roll up between the red and the blue. Roll on to the jack. He can hit the blue ball and ricochet the jack towards the two red balls closest to the sidelines. Bit of power, looks like it is in this one. Well, he's come off his own ball there. He's opened up the jack and potentially on for two here. Just 30 seconds left for Stephen McGuire.
30 seconds.
He's got two balls left. He needs to be pretty handy and pretty quick here. Pushing on. Lovely. Really well executed. The angle that's left here for Artem Kolinko limits him. There's two balls that the blue ball just jumped over the two red balls. Now effectively redundant. Plenty of time to release the final ball here. That's not going to be the case for Stephen McGuire.
One minute.
Well, I don't think he could have played that any better.
10 seconds.
Well, he tried it, but in the end, not quite good enough. A hard-earned point for Artem Kolinko in end number 3.
One minute.
Kolinko's got himself on the scoreboard, but trails by 4 with just one more end to come. Story of the match so far, 3 for Stephen McGuire in the first, 2 in the second. Artem Kolinko gets on the board in the third, but Brit leads by 4. Time for the fourth and final end here of this Pool C BC4 men's individual preliminary match. Stephen McGuire of Great Britain casting the jack. We'll have first ball. He leads by 5 points to 1 against Ukraine's Artem Kolinko. Play shy of the jack. Has he got his angles right? Kolinko electing to play deep in the box, improve his angle. Ask Steph to just move back a little bit, give him room for his throw. Precision there on the shot from Kolinko. Found the angle by throwing from deep in the box. Just made contact with the red, perhaps a little too sure. Requires a measure. And the thing about this is that if the referee can't make a distinction between the distances of those two closest balls, it will be McGuire to throw again. You've got to get closer by measure. their opponent. McGuire has done just that. Not much in it. That's one way to use the Paralympic mascot. Not quite what he planned. Needs to. He was trying to get his push on his own ball, I think, there, and clipped blue ahead of it. Didn't quite lob it far enough. So it took 3 to get there. Red is closest, and this is all down to the positioning that Stephen McGuire put the jack right at the beginning of the end. McGuire to release his 4th ball now of 6. Nice. Second time we've seen that. Difficult skill to lob and come for an aerial attack on the balls in the house. Could see a bit of tit for tat here, unless Kolinko wants to throw a longer one past the jack and then use his last ball and then push the jack on and effectively create a guard for it. Oh, he's just clipped the blue ball again, causing him trouble, that blue ball closest to the V-line.
30 seconds.
Again, but this time got a shyer contact on the blue ball. Just sneaks up alongside now. The angles are tricky for Stephen McGuire. 2 balls remaining. Again, it's another end that's gone right to the wire in terms of time. Oh, absolutely brilliant.
30 seconds.
Didn't quite work out the last ball, but it's 2 for blue, 2 for McGuire again. And a very commanding 7-1 win for the world number 3 from Great Britain. He's kept honest throughout by Artem Kolinko. Tactically almost perfect. The execution was supreme. Stephen McGuire takes his second win in Pool C of the men's individual BC4 Boccia here at the South Paris Arena. Things looking good for him at Paris 2024. It's a fabulous game here on court number 3 in the South Paris Arena. Great start from Stephen McGuire, saw him lead by 3 after the first end. It was a hard-fought 2 for him in the second, that perhaps broke the spirit of Artem Kolinko. He did come back and score a point in the third, but 2 in the fourth for Stephen McGuire sees him victorious for the second time here in Pool C, riding high at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. A second win for Stephen McGuire in Pool C of the BC4 men's individual competition here at Paris 2024. 2 wins from 2 for the Brit. It's a win and a loss for Artem Kolinko, as both players have 1 match remaining.
preliminary rounds, as well as the women's individual BC2 preliminary rounds. Looking good. Love the glasses. And our next contenders for the Phrygian hat from the crowd. The Phrygian hats are out, the excitement is building, and we are getting ready for the next rounds, scheduled for 11:40. So if you're looking to get involved in playing some boccia in the initiation hall there, or in the hall, there's a boccia initiation where you get out there and throw some balls, get your practice on, and see what it takes to be an Olympic, Paralympic boccia medalist. Paris, on est à quelques secondes de la présentation des officiels et des athlètes. On veut vous entendre, Paris. Let's get those hands going. Let's clap with the song. Building some excitement. We're just moments away from bringing in the officials. Getting the game underway.
representing Ecuador, Jocelyn Leon. Et sur le cours numéro 8, on court number 8, l'arbitre de la Grande-Bretagne. Referee from Great Britain, Richard Evans. Représentant El Salvador, representing El Salvador, Rebecca Duarte. Et représentant la Slovaquie, representing Slovakia, Eliska Jakatova.
Welcome to the South Paris Arena for a Pool C match in the men's individual BC2 category, the Boccia tournament, Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. We'll feature Marco Dekker from the Netherlands, who lost his first match, goes up against Brazil's Santos. Sandra Monteiro and World Boccia's Competition and Rules Committee is taking control of this match. Some responsibility that committee has, looking after the Boccia rules, which have changed somewhat since the last Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Competition system, bid process for events, recommendations to the technical delegates, and the world ranking system. Speaking of which, here's Marco Dekker, world number 19, 32 years old, lost out 7-2 to Nadav Levy of Israel in his first match, making his Paralympic debut. Face well known to Boccia fans. Marcel Santos, the world number 3 from Brazil, 38 years old. Born in Cretius, but lives in Mogi das Cruzes, just to the east of Sao Paulo. Got a forfeit win in his first match. Atraf Tayahi unfortunately fell ill just before the start of the individual competition. And obviously we wish him well as he hopes to make it back in time for the team competition. Dekker's had some recent success in the Dutch Orange. Picked up team gold at the European Championships on home soil in Rotterdam last year. Marcel Santos, Brazilian Paralympic Boccia Athlete of the Year 5 times. We're ready to get underway for men's individual BC2 Boccia Pool C match between Rafael Santos playing with the red balls, throwing the jack for end number 1 of 4. He goes up against the Netherlands' Marco Dekker. As we ease into the match, those of you that are new to the sport, both sides or both individuals have 6 balls. That's the jack. So Santos playing with red. So Marco Dekker will play with the blue balls. The idea at the conclusion of an end is to have at least one of your balls closer to the white jack than your opponent's closest ball. For every ball that you have closer than your opponent's closest ball, you get a point. Balls themselves are made of leather and filled with plastic granules. And since Tokyo 2020 in the Paralympic Games there in the delayed games, the rules have changed about the balls. They now have to conform to specific standards, certain dimensions, certain weight have to be conformed to. Players play with a variety of different kinds of balls. Some are harder, like this one here. Some are softer. What they can do with them is quite phenomenal. Precision and placement being demonstrated there by Marco Dekker. Using his first ball to displace Santos's, and displaying his variety with a beautiful layup. For classifications, we're watching this BC2 match where players have cerebral palsy, able to grip and release the ball, so they don't have an assistant with them, as you'll see in some of the other categories. Bit of cat and mouse going on here. Both players need to use one ball to release the jack. Play up to it. Been a remarkable career for Santos. Started playing when he was 11. He was competing internationally by the time he was 14. Individual bronze medal at Tokyo 2020. He's the champion at London 2012. both the gold medals in the Pan American Games in Santiago last year. He's left the jack open here for Marco Dekker. Sandro Monteiro just seeing if that red ball is touching the white line. So medium softball played up in front of the jack from Marco Dekker's perspective. One to move, this one. Heckel will have to throw his final ball now. What's he got left in his hand?
1 minute.
Putting up a defensive wall then by the looks of things, so effectively trying to limit the damage. Got a fancy 2 more balls. Santos, with his experience, is going to be able to fashion at least 1 more point in this first end. Let's call that a sighter. One other way, but perhaps a little too strong. So in the end, Dekker has done really well to limit the first end to just a single point for Marcial Santos. Brazilian, world number 3, leads by 1. So confirmation from referee Monteiro from Portugal. Marcel Santos leading this Pool C BC2 match by 1-0. A bit of damage limitation from the Netherlands. Marco Dekker trailing just by a single point. Crowd filling up here in the South Paris Arena. Marco Dekker gets the second end underway. This 4-minute countdown clock has begun as he starts to fight back. He's gone and left that jack wide open here. The advantage that Dekker had with throwing out the jack has been negated already. He's got to put that first ball behind him and move on. Didn't go perfect either, but the jack is now free. Open here for Marcel Santos. The question is, how much of the jack can Santos see here? He's only thrown the one ball to Dekker's 5. Dekker's only got one remaining. So there's options here. Does he go to lay up against the jack, force Dekker to play his final ball, and then use his last 4 balls to try and get as many points? Does he not the jack on. And, well, it's free. And squeeze between those two balls above the jack as we look at it. He's taken one of the harder balls, so could be laying up to this. Didn't quite get his angles right there. Blue, well, at least on for one. Gets the delicate ricochet. Now, Dekker forced to play his final ball. Perhaps a little later than he thought he might have to. So, throwing up the guard to try and limit the damage. I think there's a way through here for Marcel Santos. He's got to execute better than perhaps he has done so far in this end. But with 2 balls remaining, he could at least get 2 points in this one. So that's 2 by the looks of things. He's just asking the referee to check. It does look like 2, and that's confirmed. He's got the option, of course, of not throwing his final ball here, but I think Santos, he can see a way to get 3. And that would put him in a very commanding 4-0 lead. Well, masterfully delivered. Saving heavier ball for the end to produce that. 3 scoring balls by the looks of things. There is confirmation that Santos has managed to score 3 points in the second end for a 4-0 lead at the halfway stage. Masterfully done with his last 2 balls to turn 1 into 3. Both ends going to Marcel Santos of Brazil. 4-0 lead at the halfway stage of this BC2 men's individual Pool C match. And number 3 of this All C men's individual BC2 Boccia match about to get underway. Also Santos with the jack, leads by 4 points to 0. A few nervy throws from both players through the first half of this match, but Santos has wrestled quite the advantage here. Players aren't allowed to have their wheels over the line if they're touching the ground. And Dekker has this handy little device right there, allows him to lift the wheels off the ground. A little plate underneath that pushes down with a lever, and that is perfectly legal. Positioning of the jack here from Marcel Santos proving very tricky for Marco Dekker. Trying to get that jack out, and he's finally succeeded. So jack touching the white line on the side has to be placed on the cross in the middle. Won't bother Santos too much. He's only throwing his second ball here and can play conservatively now with the 4-0 lead. So just wants to lay up to this one, cover it off, and make Dekker have to throw at least 2 balls to get closest. Thinking ahead, didn't look disappointed with that throw, so I think he intended to go past the jack. With the execution of that one, but Santos' ball now behind the jack. So potentially could throw now and be on for two. Dekker only having two balls left. Didn't get quite the angle on that one, but it's not a bad position for Santos here. Could. Yeah, putting Dekker in a whole world of pain. He can score in this end as well. Jack open again. Good throw from Dekker. Definitely closest. Pushed on, it's still got to play. He could do what he did at the end of the previous end and play on to the ball he's just played. That got him 3 points in the last end. A bit of time pressure on him now as well. He's doing exactly that. Now I think blue is still closest here. And it is, look at that. Now, Dekker is in a really, really good position here. And I don't think anyone would have thought the outcome of the third end would see Dekker scoring. He could be on for two here. Lovely, really nicely done. wonder. He's got that broad smile on his face. Needed to nail this. Absolutely superb. 2 for blue in end number 3, and Marco Dekker has put himself right back in this match against the world number 3, Marcial Santos. Santos perhaps played a little too conservatively. Well, we see that in the 4th. After 3, a 4-2 lead for Marcial Santos, when it could have been so much more for him. Dekker is right back in this. Start of end number 4. Marco Dekker from the Netherlands has fought his way right back into this match. The world number 19 was trailing 4-0. Managed a superb third end to get 2 points and has laid up a brilliant first ball. World number 3, Santos from Brazil. Be having nervy thoughts right now. Going to need all the experience that he has. 27 years of playing this sport. Watchful eye of Sandra Monteiro from Portugal overseeing this match between one of the favourites here, Marcial Santos. A bit of an underdog in Marco Dekker, proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side for the Brazilian. Wanted a slightly fuller contact there, Santos, but does switch the play over to Dekker. Still has clear space around it, so at the moment just needing a single ball to get closest. pushing on for two. That's a great shot. Happy with that. He's not been playing quite as well as he would be expecting. The very high standards that he sets, of course. To always play at such a high level, but that shot was right out of the top drawer. Another great shot there, freeing up the jack. The angle's now more difficult for Santos. Both of them would want to play this next shot, but Dekker's got himself closer to the jack. Santos can execute a good lob here, go clear those balls, or even push on again. Could find himself in a little bit more of a comfortable position. Some skill, the naked eye. Salvo Monteiro has judged Santos to have got equidistant to Jack from Dekker's closest blue ball. He's going to have to play again. Another push shot. He's done it again. He's got two balls closer now. The ability to maneuver the balls around the court like that from Santos is truly impressive. Just to see the opportunity to do the shot is impressive. To be able to execute, even better. Threaded that one through, but I'm not convinced it's got closer. The caliper's coming out this time. Final ball. Inside 5 seconds. can he execute shots like that under such pressure? So only one ball left for Marco Dekker, and he'll know. I was about to say he'll know the match is over. Just trying to find out if you... It's going to be difficult to release the closest blue ball to make it closer to the jack and score with the ball that he's throwing. I don't want to say it's impossible because these guys can do things that you can't even see before they do it. Just trying to push one of the balls away so that the differential in score at the end of the match is not as big as it could have been. Has done enough, and quite rightly Montero is going to do the measure in front of the athletes. It looks like a solid 2. Montero's confirmed 2 for Santos. So let's see whether this blue ball is closer than the 3rd red ball. That's exceptionally close. That is 3 for Santos, isn't it? Well, second opinion required. Confirmed. Have to bring in one of the technical delegates to do a second measure. Second set of eyes, important, but a very, very impressive performance in the end from Marcel Santos of Brazil, world number 3, getting 3 in the final end.
3 reds.
Scare for Santos in the 3rd as Dekker fashioned 2 points to cut the lead in half. But in the end, Marcel Santos' experience has paid through. Fulfilling the new part of the protocol where the referee checks the balls at the end of the match to prepare the athletes for their final pool matches. Very happy Santos from Brazil. The match, the scoreline perhaps doesn't tell the full story as they check the scores.
So there were no violations. Okay. So red scored first, 3. Then blue scored 2 points, and then red scored 3, 1 minus. Yes. Do you approve the match? Yes. Okay. Very good. 2. We all approve. Players, referee, liners.
So everyone concludes the same thing, a scoreline that perhaps doesn't tell the full story. But Marcel Santos of Brazil, despite a scare in the third, has beaten Marco Dekker of the Netherlands by 7 points to 2.
Okay. Ready to go? Yes?
So 2 from 2 for Marcel Santos of Brazil. Dekker yet to get a win here, losing 7-2, but he's got to take some spirit from a fantastic third end that he hard fought for 2 points. Those are the only 2 he got as Santos proceeds through Pool C with a forfeit win, and now the real deal, 7-2 here in the Boccia venue.
enjoying the excitement here at Boccia. We are just moments away from getting going again. We are so excited. Thanks to all the dancers.
in the world, welcome to Boccia here at the South Paris Arena, the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. We have ahead of us a men's individual BC2 Pool F match. Two athletes who've already had one match each. David Araujo at the top of the table from Portugal faces the home country's very own Fabre, who will get plenty of support here. Araujo beat Yuri Silva of Brazil 8-0 in his first match. Fabre lost out to Luis Cristaldo, and there is the referee Loreno Kikuchi, a man who knows his boccia. Been involved in the sport since the home Paralympic Games in 2016. Heavily involved in the sport, not just as a referee, but also involved in coordinating and coaching as well. Rain has started to fall here in Paris, so what better place to be watching the host nation's very own Fabre, 28 years old, parks from Marseille, down on the south coast, making his Paralympic debut, losing out to Cristaldo from Argentina 6-1 in his first match. Finished 8th at the European Championships in Rotterdam last year. Plays at Handisport Marseille. Began playing at 8 years old and lives by the motto, winners never give up, quitters never win. Well, number 11, just 17 years old, the Portuguese David Araujo. Great first win, 8-0 over Yuri Silva of Brazil. He's also making his debut. Finished 4th in the individual at the European Championships in Rotterdam last year. Plays out of FC Porto. Plenty of support in the venue from all over the globe. Time for the start of this Pool F BC2 men's individual match. So get a long jack thrown from Portugal's David Araujo, and he will have first ball playing with the red balls. New to this fascinating sport, players have 6 coloured balls, Araujo playing red, Fabre playing with blue. Match is played over 4 ends. The players have 4 minutes of thinking and throwing time. Once all 6 balls have been thrown from both sides, the way to score points is to have at least one of your balls closer to the jack than your opponent. The balls you have closer than your opponent's closest ball, the more points you score. The idea is to have the lead after the 4 ends. The way the format of the sport, if you like, is that whoever's playing red will throw the jack in the first end, and then they'll alternate through ends as to who throws the jack. The jack thrower throws first ball, and then the opponent throws their first ball. From that point on, if your colour ball is closest to the jack, it's your opponent's turn. So having the last ball is pretty important. Everybody throws a long jack like Araujo. Everyone has that in their game. So that is the danger. And the jack is long. Margin for error decreases dramatically. That's the one. So thinking time can be used to go and assess the lay of the land, and that's exactly what Fabre has done. The assistant there, the volunteer, marching along pretty swiftly there because time is ticking away and he's still got 5 balls to play. What trick is he going to pull out of that bag? One can only guess. Perhaps he is trying to push the jack out. Threading the boccia ball through a pretty crowded area. Still looks to be red closest. Perhaps well, the measure's coming out for this one. From the naked eye, it looked like red, but Ronan Kikuchi from Brazil getting out the calipers. So he's had a little run up, and perhaps the first attempt was what actually happened with that last ball. He's trying to just push on the blue closest and then leave the cue ball as a guard, and that has worked out superbly. Perhaps wouldn't necessarily have wanted that one to roll on, but then with that little bit of backspin, he knew that once it hit the object ball, it was going to change spin and roll forwards, and he does look happy with it.
1 minute. 1 minute.
2 balls left. Araujo will have to get a wriggle on. Oh, nice. Now, how's that landed up? Still red to play.
Seconds.
Nicely done, but under the watchful eye of Fabre. He's looking at the line. He's not too happy with that because the blue ball has been pushed back a little bit. So you see the 2 blue balls, one almost in line with the jack and one just behind it. If Fabre, with this first ball, can push the jack on, he could be in for a multi-point scoring end. Under a bit of pressure here, having lost the first match in the pool to Cristaldo. This is the biggest field of all the classifications. So
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 win and you potentially got a chance of going through. Kiss of luck. Didn't quite get the angles right for that one. Plenty of time for the last ball.
30 seconds.
And he's knocked his own ball on, not the jack. He was looking to push the red onto the jack and pushing the jack onto his 2 balls, but it didn't work out for him, and it's 2 for David Araujo from Portugal. A long jack thrown by him to start the match worked out in his favour. Signs of a fight, though, from Fabre, but he trails by 2 points to 0 after the first of 4 ends. William Fabre, trailing by 2, starts the second end. And this time, the jack is shorter in the court, just past the V-line. And he will have first ball. Looking to fight back straight away against this precocious Portuguese teenager. So we've seen Araujo wanted to play the long game. That softer ball to start this second end. Uses it to free the jack, now in clear space. So showing us what he can do with some aggressive play, getting the jack free. Now we get to see his delicate touch. Sort of wanted that to be just a little bit more in front of the jack. Leaves the line open for Fabre here, who could actually play the red and replace it. It stays in front of the jack and leave Araujo with a tricky shot. Not quite right either, but still come into play if the jack's moved. This is turning into another tight end. Fabre is up next. Ball number 4. For Fabre. So looking to fight back here. Well, could go for a simple push on here. I think the players can either push on and make the object ball move up to the target as well as the cue ball. The ball that they're throwing. There's also an option here for Araujo to hit just right of centre of his own red ball, push it onto the jack and then roll across to block the line for Fabre.
One minute.
Another tight one to call for Loreno Kikuchi. So using the finer measuring tool device than the calipers. Calipers won't fit in that gap. So the gauge showing that it is closest ball for blue for Fabre, but only just. With his final ball, is he going to just try and push the jack on? Well, if blue was closest before, I think it's still blue again. Anything knocked it further away from the closest red ball. Fabre has 2 more to throw, got 1 minute and 35 seconds, so he's got plenty of time. It's just how does he turn this into a multi-scoring end?
Stop the time, please.
France remaining stoic. So electing not to throw his last 2 balls. Aurélien Fabre takes the single point in this second end. Just a final check of the measure, which is absolutely within Araujo's remit. He can ask for the referee just to confirm. And Fabre taking the single point to halve the lead. Halfway through the match, it is still David Araujo leading this match by 2 points to 1.
One blue, one blue.
Tactical decision there, didn't feel he could fashion any more points. Fabre, so he's got himself on the scoreboard and trails by 1. 2 more ends to come. Araujo leading 2-1. We're at the halfway point of this Pool F BC2 men's individual boccia match here at the Paris South Arena 1. David Araujo from Portugal leading 2-1. Throws the jack in the third end of 4. He went very long in the first. He's not gone quite as deep into court this time around. And he'll have first ball. Court is 12.5 meters long, 6 meters wide. So he's left a fair old amount of space at the back. And that's because in that first end he threw really deep. And Fabre was actually able to knock the jack out of play, which then replaced it on the cross in the middle of the court. Nice. Took him a while to get his eye in the first end, Fabre. Just had one ball as the sighter then, able to lay up to the jack with his second. So Araujo to play next. You can see some of the jack here, so does he go for a little push on? Well, if he did do that, it didn't quite work. You could just get a little tap on the jack. We'll push it onto the first ball he played. If he weights it absolutely perfectly, then there'll be like a little defensive wall, one blue ball, one red ball. Again, gone a little bit further. This time, though, he's snuck through between the two red balls. And if the jack is knocked on now, well, you can see what's going to happen. sweet. Oh, that's really sweet because it's knocked it behind those two red and blue balls. Look at this. I mean, the accuracy to clip the ball perfectly like that. The angle now for Fabre, very difficult. He's going to go and have a look at this. So 2 up for red. Can he find a way around the right-hand side of his blue ball? Because if he knocks it, he's knocking the red closer to the jack. Oh, he has found a way. Still blue closest, but now he can knock the jack on. Oh, they're clever athletes, aren't they? Chance. He wishes the ball finds a way through. Look at this. Outstanding.
One minute.
I mean, these shots are out of the top draw. You had to be so careful not to knock the jack on because it would have knocked it closer to the blue ball. I'm not sure he's got closest ball here, Araujo, but just the majesty or the majesty of the shots from both players in this end have been absolutely amazing. Gage coming up again. So he has just got closer, but only just. Another visit to the house. Come out fighting, Aurélien Fabre. After the 6-1 loss to Cristaldo of Argentina earlier on in the competition, certainly not dampened his spirits.
Hi, Papa.
What can he do with this last ball?
30 seconds.
Pushing on the jack, it's not quite worked out now. Will David Araujo elect to sacrifice final balls? He's having a look here. I think he's going to call it and just take the 1 point here. There is a route between the two balls on the right, the red ball by the jack and the blue next to it. If you can find a way round that, perhaps roll up to the blue behind, he might be on for 2. He certainly thinks he can get 2 here. Needs to be careful though. There's an element of danger in this one, and that is why. And he's turned a 1 point win in the end to a 2 point loss. And all of a sudden, Oriane Fabre is in the driving seat. Tactical error, potentially, from David Araujo, and just look at that. Oriane Fabre has come from behind to lead 3-2 with 1 end remaining. Start of the 4th end here in this thriller in the Boccia venue, the South Paris Arena. 17-year-old Portuguese David Araujo led by 2 after the first, had the lead cut in half by the end of the second, and then had a 1-pointer with 1 ball remaining in the third, elected to throw the ball and pushed the jack closer to his opponent's balls, and Oriane Fabre here leads by a single point. Just gone a little further than he would have wanted. Years old. We can afford him a decision-making error, and certainly 1 point is deficit you can overturn. These 2 players have made the referee, Lorena Kikuchi, work hard here.
aller là, faut y aller.
This is turning into another tight battle. Just wanted that one to stop up a little earlier. Rest up against this blue ball rather than push it on. Jack remains open. Still blue. You can see the thinking here with David Araujo. Great maturity shown by this teenager. He's happy to just sit and have a little think about this one. How is he going to see this one play out? He's thinking not just about this shot, but what he'll leave his opponent. Will the tricolor be flying high at the conclusion of this end? It is so tight that it's not too much of a stretch of the imagination. Perhaps predict a tiebreaker. We'd need Araujo to score a single point for that to happen. Got to think that Fabre, along with his French fans, including Frige, the Paralympic mascot, will be egging him on to try and create a situation where he completely restricts the Portuguese athlete. Nice. Now, big wall in front of that ball from David Araujo. The question is, can he come around from his perspective, the left-hand side? Important ball, this one, for David Araujo. And Portuguese fans looking on. got to put that decision to play the final ball in the third end behind him, but you can see it etched on his face. He's put himself in a hole here, David Araujo. Second attempt, comes over the top, but he's gone too far again. Let's not forget, Fabre has one ball left. He will have last ball. But he might not need it.
30 seconds.
Third time lucky. Oh, he tried something different there, tried to push on his own ball. It didn't work. Now Fabre can let the last ball go. I think he knows it. He is going to let this ball go. He doesn't need to throw it. He's going to go and check. And he's left it. Absolutely brilliant. What a win for Aurélien Fabre from France. He was given a bit of a hand up there by the decision of Araujo at the end of the third. But what a moment, and what a moment in front of his home crowd. He's taken a victory here in Pool F against a man ranked 17 places higher in the world rankings. Oh. Look at this. What a moment. Coach absolutely delighted as well, because not only is this a great victory on its own, but it puts him in position to qualify through the pools. And he thanks the crowd. What a special moment here in the Boccia Arena for Aurélien Fabre.
Look, 4 points blue, no violation. 2 points red, no violation. I agree, Dave. I agree. Good. Okay.
A moment's thought for David Araujo. He needs to put the tactical decision-making mistake to one side, because he's a fine player and he'll bounce back. But what a win for that man there, Aurélien Fabre. 4-2 victory in Pool F, and he's up and running here at Paris 2024.
Go. First, please.
Thrilling match here in Pool F in the men's individual BC2 competition. Home soils, Aurélien Fabre winning 4-2 against favourite here, David Araujo from Portugal. A mistake from Araujo in the third end opened the door for Fabre, but he still had some work to do. He completed it through end 4.
Kitson. Représentant la Grande-Bretagne, representing Great Britain, Sally Kitson.
Welcome to the Paris South Arena ahead of the women's individual BC3 Pool A match between top of the table. Sonia Heckel will have all the support of the crowd here in Paris. She goes up against Edyta Owczarz, Polish athlete playing with the blue balls, Heckel with the red. BC3 category athletes play with ramps and pointers to release the balls, and they have ramp operators with them. Carlos Oliveira, don't want to disappoint Resident Evil fans, but it's not him. He's an Argentinian referee of some note. Important in the development of the sport across the Americas. There are some Polish fans in the house. I don't think they'll outshout the French contingent, though. So, Edyta Owczarz here playing all in red. mum operating the ramp. She lives in Glocko, on the western side of Poland, and had an early win against Adamani Klahan in her first pool match. Glocko is equidistant from a couple of Polish towns you might have heard of, Poznan and Wrocław. Sonia Heckel has Florent Brachet operating her ramp. Heckel herself lives in Nancy, northeast France, about 200 kilometers east of the Champagne region, Chandon, 200 clicks away. And you look at the form, it's 2024. Let's see Heckel popping a few bottles of fizz. She is one of the favourites here in the BC3 women's category. She came through her first match over Marcela Čermáková of Czechia with a 6-1 victory. This is actually a matchup, or a repeat of the European Championship final in Rotterdam. Heckel took that match. Silver going to Owczarz. The players continue with their warm-up, and if you're new to this sport, where have you been? It's absolutely fantastic. The players have 6 coloured balls, Heckel playing with the red, Owczarz playing with the blue. The player with the red balls will launch a jack, and right on time, the jack handed over to the ramp operator. And then the balls are played. The person who's furthest away from the jack, or whose closest ball is furthest or further away than their opponents, plays each time after each player's played their first ball. The clock counts down from 6 minutes for Sonia Heckel on home soil. The world #1 starts this Pool A BC3 match here at the South Paris Arena. Going long into the court, 12.5 meters long the court is, 6 meters wide. As Heckel will play first ball. So the idea over the 4 ends is to outscore your opponent. You score points by having your closest ball closer to the jack than your opponent's at the conclusion of each end. The more balls you have closer, the more points you score. The long jack means that the efficiency margins need to be pretty high. Aiming accuracy, absolutely critical at any distance, but the longer the distance, the harder it is. So Edita Owczarz with her first ball of the game. Paralympic debut here in Paris for the Polish athlete. So this is where we start to unravel the game. So because Heckel's red ball is close to the jack, it will be Owczarz to play again. Said in a recent interview, Edita, that life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. What a fabulous outlook on life. Well, she had a sighter, and now she rolls up the closest ball, and play will switch over to the French side of the players' box. Heckel is an accountant by trade. She started parasport back in 2002. She was actually a parachuter before switching to boccia in 2007. Oh, that's a magical touch. The ramps themselves have gauges and measures all the way up and down them, and in their practice, which was happening over previous days, as well as just before the match, they get a feel for the run of the court, but they have to be adaptive. They have to react to the conditions. And what's interesting about this venue is that the air conditioning is switched off in between sessions. So the venue gets cooler as a session goes on, which makes the balls run faster. So yes, they'll write down everything in the warm-up, and this ball will travel. The balls are of different hardness as well. Softer balls are harder to move. And there is guards and layup shots. The harder balls will run a little bit harder and faster, just like that one. During their warm-ups, they work out a rough barometer and then adapt based on the conditions at the time of play. BC3 athletes, of course, have assistants, and there is Dieter's mum, Christina, placing the ball in the ramp for the player to play it, but they've got to face away from the play for the duration of each end. So they're not getting involved in any of the decision making. Penultimate ball from Edita Owczarz. Still not quite there, but he's acting as a bit of a barrier for Heckel. But let's not forget, Heckel's got 4 balls left. Owczarz is now about to play her 6th and final ball of the end.
1 minute.
The rampers get more playing time than in the other classifications, 6 minutes, but it does go quickly.
Seconds.
That has drifted past, so Heckel on for one. Can she find a route through past the first blue ball that she'd come up against? I think she probably can. She needs to be careful here. There's an element of risk in this one. Her ramp operator, Florent Brachet, moves the ramp left and right. You have to do that for each shot. So effectively, you're re-aiming every single shot that you play. There is an element of risk in this, that she's already got a point. So risk versus reward. With 4 balls left, she could go after a few more points, or she could leave it now. She's gone pretty heavy there. Got a rough idea of what she's trying to do here. She's trying to knock the jack onto the red ball at the top of the screen. Three balls remaining. If she can do it with the next one, she could be on for scoring at least 2 points. Coming a little lower this time, so perhaps she's going for placement rather than power. Beauty. Absolute beauty. Lovely bit of camera work and direction there as well, because we got to see her releasing the ball with a pointer. Then the shot, just to cap it off the reaction as well. Well done, Mr. Director. So we're going for a bit more placement here. Two balls remaining. She's on for 2 at the moment. Still 2. Just to the right of the blue ball. Just took it off track. I wonder if she's got an opportunity to come inside again, back where the last ball went. Or is there a risk of tapping the jack on to push it towards the blue ball? That may be the risk that she's trying to avoid. I don't think that is the case. She's going to have a good look at it. She's got plenty of time. much lower ramp here. Harder ball, runs faster. She's hitting her own ball, so maybe that was in the plan. It's not quite panned out, but 2 points for Sonia Heckel in the first end. And the keen dog lover has the lead. First end of 4, Sonia Heckel, the world number 1, has a 2-0 lead over Poland's Edyta Owczarz. The clock counting down for the start of the second end. Poland's Edyta Owczarz with the jack will play the blue balls throughout the match. Plays the jack in the even numbered ends. Taking her time to line this one up. The jack is open. With a 2-point lead, can she play with a little bit more danger, a little bit more risk, perhaps push the jack on a little bit and play a second ball to knock on her first ball? She's elected to go a little bit more conservative. Let's call that a sighter. Rolled off to the right a little bit more than she would have wanted. Let's have another go. Still gone right as well. Now, doing one thing, that is blocking the line of her opponent. Perhaps that's what she intended with the first ball, and rather than it running too far right, it just ran a bit too long. So whilst Heckel is having to use a number of her balls here to set up this position, it looks like what she's trying to do is ensure that when Owczarz comes back into play, that she has to play more than one ball herself. And that gives Heckel the closest ball. There we go. There's, see things that us mere mortals can't. Sportif blazoned on her jacket, tracksuit top, being worn by a young fan in the crowd. Symbol of French sport, worn across all the different disciplines. Owczarz going for power here. She's not quite released the jack. Wow, we'll have to have a look at this from her perspective. Can she see a route through between the red and the blue ball, or can she knock her own blue ball now onto the jack in a similar way that Heckel did with her last outing? Owczarz is an IT specialist. It's her vocation. She's got a job on her hands here to compute all the angles she's got to work with here. If she pushes on her blue ball, it's going to leave the jack open and exposed. If she goes in between the red and the blue ball, which I think is probably the option she'd most like to do, if it's possible, she creates more of a problem for Heckel. She is pushing on. Oh, now that has worked out beautifully. Somehow she's managed to use the red ball on the right here, just at the top, to steer the cue ball that she just threw, the lighter blue ball, in towards the jack. Cześć to the Polish fans. Disruption, the order of the day now. Like a snooker player, found the angle there to push the jack free. she can push on the red ball to the left as she looks at it. Push that onto the jack at the same time as just pushing the blue slightly further to the right as she sees it. Certainly one option. Difficult to tell if she's got the line to just come around the left of everything and rest up on the jack. Leave the balls that are currently in play where they are, because they'll act as a little guard for her opponent. Ball number 5 for the French athlete. She's knocked on the blue ball. One ball left. So there are a couple of ricochet options to play off her own ball. There's a very, very risky shot where she plays onto the red ball on the left as she looks at it, to play that onto the blue ball, pushing it away from the jack. That's what she's gone for. She did as well. Didn't get enough of a contact on it, and the blue is currently one up. Now, 2 balls left. There is a chance here of a bit of power from Edyta Owczarz. She hits that red ball on the right-hand side as we look at it, closest to the cross in the middle of the court. With enough power onto the jack, it's going to push the jack closer to 2 blue balls. Bang! Oh, she's got one. But what it means now is the jack is free. And with 1 ball remaining, she can just roll up to the jack for 2. If she chooses to, she can use it. But look at this. Just got too much and grabbed and jumped over the top. But yeah, still lots of options here. Last ball, she could push the jack on towards the ball she's just played for 2. She could roll up to it for 2. Need to see the house to see if there's any way she can get 3. She could get 3 with a deft touch here. Push the jack towards the left-hand side as we look at it, towards the blue ball. And just roll this object, this cue ball that she's about to release, up inside the red ball. That could get her 3. But this will be some shot if she pulls it off. She's 2-0 down after the first end. Just rolled up to it, not quite close enough, so she'll just get the 1 point here. So confirmation of a single point for Edyta Owczarz. She's cut the lead in half. But Sonia Heckel still leads at the halfway stage by 2 points to 1. Two for Heckel in the first end, 1 for Owczarz in the second. 2-1 to the host nation athlete. We have got a game on our hands here. We're here in the Paris South Arena for this Pool A BC3 women's preliminary match at Paris 2024. Sonia Heckel here with the jack and the red balls. Plays first in the third and leads by 2 points to 1 over Poland's Edyta Owczarz. It's been a gripping contest so far. Heckel with 2 points in the first end. Owczarz with a single point in the second. Both playing with some tactical genius. A long jack from Sonia Heckel, and that is a lovely first ball. Resting up exactly where she would want it to. Quite a soft jack as well, so tricky to move. It's going to force Owczarz to play with a bit of power. Got to get your angles right at this distance. Just a millimetre out from the player's box could mean a complete miss. Hard ball being played. Bang, lovely. Opens up the jack. The ball goes out, which means that she will play again. And has the chance to lay up in front of the jack and block Heckel. So power the order of the day again. This time it's Heckel who has to deploy it. Both got their eye in. Now it's down to the ability to switch from power to placement. Polish athlete has made this taxing encounter for the French accountant. Good. Just left the jack open, and I don't think that's close enough either. She's going to have to play again here. some options. She's going for placement again. 3 balls remaining. She's got to think about how much of a risk she's prepared to take here. Does she just lay up, get closest ball, and force Owczarz to basically play exactly as she did in the last visit? 1 power to release the jack, 2nd to then lay up to it. Does look that way. Sneaks up. I think she's still furthest away. Heckel have to play one more time here, at least. Well, this has not quite gone right for Heckel here. She plays her last ball and just goes in the gap there. Looked like she was trying to push the jack on there. And that could potentially have saved her, but 4 balls remaining. There is a massive opportunity for Edita Owczarz. You can see the disappointment. So the clock counting down for the pole, and clearly she's just asked the referee, Carlos Oliveira, to just measure and give her the lay of the land as things stand. She's got clear sight of the jack. She could load this up. Seems awfully high. There's a bit of power going into this. Judged perfectly. So checking again The referee just being asked to go and have a look to see how many points she's got. She can afford to just move the ramp a tiny bit left. She's still got 2 left. 2 balls left to play, and I think she's currently on 2. Certainly space to make 3. Just drifted a little bit too far to the right as she looks at it, but there's still space to sneak between that front red and front blue. Enough time to go and have a look. She doesn't want to mess this up. She doesn't want to give anything away here, so she could relinquish her final ball. She's going to go for it.
1 minute.
This would be some lead she'll get, setting up potentially a bit of an upset here. Heckel is the world #1, the French athlete. Owczarz, world #12. How's it going to end up? She pushes on, and I think she's pushed on for 3 here. We have to wait to see the house. We weren't worried about that, of all going out. How many has Owczarz got here? The referee calling the athletes forward. He wants them to observe the measure here. This could be a game changer. So I think the referee said 2 confirmed. This isn't 4, is it? It's 4. It's 4. Yes. Amazing stuff. I don't think anyone thought it was going to be 4. I certainly didn't. 3 looked like it was possible, but 4 for Edyta Owczarz in the 3rd end, and she has stormed into the lead.
1 minute, cut the balls, please.
What a result here in the 3rd end of 4. 4 points for Edyta Owczarz of Poland has put her into a 5-2 lead over the world #1. Start of the 4th end. I think emotion etched on the face of World number 1, Sonia Heckel from France, is clear for everyone to see. Owczarz of Poland fashioned 4 points from the third end to go from 2-1 behind to 5-2 ahead. She's launched the jack for the final end and has got herself in a very, very strong position here. These two faced each other in the final of the European Para Championships, where Heckel took the gold medal. On a place to seek revenge at the Paralympic Games on their opponent's home soil, and what a beautiful first ball. Got to bury that emotion, Heckel. It's very possible to score 3 points. It's tough, it's very tough, but it's possible. 3 would be enough to force a tiebreaker. Power to release the jack. Kept her ball in play as well. Situations like this, it's more about trying to remember how you got to world number 1. I mean, she's won everything that she's visited in the past few months. European Championship gold, World Cup gold in Poland and Versailles. World Cup gold in Montreal. 7th at the World Championships, though, in 2022 in Rio. That's the big moments. Get her, but she needs to remember why she's world number 1. She needs to find every last ounce of her being to cling on to the hope. Now, has she set this up well enough? No, she's going to pass play over. Potentially, it's an advantage to Owczarz. This one just to fall a little short of that, to then play it on to the jack. She's missed. She's going to have another crack at that. She doesn't want to hit it full, but that was just too gentle of a touch. Did you spot the youngest Boccia fan in the crowd there? Well, yes, worth the measure because it was pretty close before, but red still closest, so Owczarz has another crack at this one. That's better. Getting a reaction from the Polish fans in the crowd. She's got to keep a level head, Owczarz, as each ball is delivered. She gets closer to his prize win in Pool A. Two from two. She had that 3-2 victory over Ladamani Klahan from Thailand in her first match. This would be a great start. It'll turn a good start into a great start for Owczarz. The crowd are still trying to will things on for Sonia Heckel here. Well, she was always going to have to use 2 balls at this visit. Bit of power. Now, cue ball, one released, has gone out of play. And she created an angle. So knock on now. She's playing her 5th ball. She needs 3 points to force a tie-break. I'm certainly struggling to see how she's going to do that. I'm sure she's got an idea because she's staying pretty cool, calm and collected, as she must.
1 minute.
I think this is going to be tricky now. The only option I can see for her right now is to try and get that blue ball out of the way.
30 seconds.
But Owczarz has 3 balls remaining. This is Heckel's last. That, I'm afraid, is the match gone for the world number 1. Owczarz doesn't even need to play here. And she's got 3 balls remaining. You can see the disappointment etched on the face of Sonia Heckel. Owczarz is playing. Points mean prizes. bigger win puts her in a stronger position. Two more to come from Owczarz. They'll do nicely. She can do that again. She's on for another 4. A upset win. Upset defeat, I suppose, for Heckel. Turns into a crushing, confidence deflating, hammering. Judged to perfection. That is going to be 4 for blue and 4 for Owczarz. An amazing second half of the match for the Pole. And to have the awareness and then the ability to execute a tricky shot like that for 4 is incredible. A deserving 9-2 win for Edyta Owczarz, and a crushing blow for Sonia Heckel, the world #1 from France. A huge match. 4 in the 3rd and 4 in the 4th for Edyta Owczarz. And the Polish crowd will be absolutely delighted they come to witness this. It's 2 wins from 2 in Pool A for the Polish boccia player. And she is on fire here in Paris. Meanwhile, a crushing blow for host nation athlete. You can see how upset she is. She needs to go away, put this behind her. But a great win for Owczarz of Poland here in the BC3 women's individual competition. 2 wins from 2 in Pool A. And she's up and running here at Paris 2024. Well, what a turnaround for Edyta Owczarz. She was 2-1 down at the halfway stage in this Pool A match in the women's individual BC3 competition, but she's taken out the world #1 Sonia Heckel from France 9-2 with 2 4-scoring ends in ends 3 and 4. Owczarz 2 from 2 in Pool A. Well, a brilliant win there from Edyta Owczarz of Poland, taking out the world number 1, Sonia Heckel, by 9 points to 2, turning the match around in the second half here at Paris 2024. A brilliant session of boccia here in the Paris South Arena on the second day of the Paris 2024 Paralympics. We saw Stephen McGuire from Great Britain and Marcial Santos of Brazil taking their second victories in their pools. And then it was a bit of two sides of the coin for France as Fabre took victory over David Araujo of Portugal before defeat for the world number 1, Sonia Heckel, to Edyta Owczarz of Poland. A brilliant session here for the boccia. We'll see you next time.